ccac. Cardinals take on the Allegheny. To Sebastian Garcia as he takes strike one. Joey Hurtado on the mound here for the Paintsville Cardinals. Swung on, hit back up, and that's going to go past the glove of Jaden Kelly, and that's going to be a first inning. Colado here with the opportunity to help advance some runners. Line as he tried to hit it the other way there. Swings on 0-2, hit to third, an attempt to turn two. And that's now going to have runners on first and second here. Turn two here, and Mello wasn't able to gather. And instead of getting two or with two runners on, that ball's going to be swung on and gap. That's going to be caught in left field, and there's going to be no tag up as the Cardinals. That ball's going to be a pass ball on the wild pitch. And runners are now going to advance as Allegheny now finds themselves with two runners. That ball swung on, that ball's deep, and that ball is gone! Time made him pay as Allegheny has already put up a 3-spot here in the top half of the first inning. And that was, Hurtado was looking for the breaking ball, and that one stayed in the zone. That pitch is taken for a ball. That's going to be taken for a strike. Hurtado already here in the home team dugout. The 2-2 swung on, fly, and that should be caught, and that will be as Tank Kelly, the shortstop, was able to make the play for out number 2. Now comes up here for Allegheny. First pitch is going to be swung on and fouled off. Hurtado doing a better job at throwing some strikes here. Challenging the strike zone with on. We're going to see how he continues to attack the zone. 0-1, that's going to be taken for strike number 2 as he gets. A lot of wind picking up here. Hurtado patting himself on the chest there. Looking to try to get it together here. A delivery. That's going to be taken low for a ball. The 2-2 swung on and just fouled down the third base line. The 2. That's going to be taken low for ball number 3. Aiden McLaughlin here with 2 outs. The last thing the Cardinals want is to allow a 2-out base runner here. That ball's going to be swung on. It's going to be hit to Tank Kelly. It's going to be a tough play. He flips, throws. Tyler Sankovic was unable to make the scoop play. As that's probably going to go down. Tough play to be made from Tank Kelly. He covered a lot of ground there in the gap. Turned it through. And now a 2-out base runner here for Allegheny. Took off there on that first pitch, but after the foul, left fielder number 5, Dylan McCallop. No. But a mix between patience and attacking. We've seen a couple first pitch swings, but we've also seen a couple strikes they've left in the zone. That off-speed pitch, that's going to be strike 3, and that's going to be the top half of the zone and dropped in, and that's going to be out number 3. The Cardinals face a 3-0 deficit. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville YouTube channel. 2 games as the Cardinals find themselves facing a 3-0 deficit going to the bottom half of the first inning as leadoff number 27, shortstop. Starts us off here as the Cardinals look to draw back just a couple. That first pitch is swung on. That's going to be a hit to center. And the play's not going to be made. That ball's going to get past him. Kelly's going to turn 2. And Kelly's going to have a stand-up double here on the first pitch in the bottom half of the first. First pitch taken for a ball. Pitcher Luis Soto, number 7 on the mound. Louise, excuse me. That pitch is going to be taken for a strike as the count now moves even to 1-1. Aiden McLaughlin out there in center field. Took a step in before a step back. Had a bad read and a jump there on that play that was able to squeak right past his glove for the double. You have to wonder if he had a better jump on that, if that perhaps would have been a routine play. Nevertheless, Tank Kelly finds himself on second base as the Cardinals have a runner in scoring position facing a 3-run deficit. That pitch can be taken inside for ball number 3 as the count now moves to 3-1 for Tapia Mello. The 3-1. That swung on. That ball swung on. That ball's gone. Joel Tapia Mello with the 2-run shot as the Cardinals answer in an electrifying first inning so far. If anyone wanted to see some runs, we're getting them. That's a 2-run shot as Tapia Mello was able to pull it over the right field fence. That was a grazer there. That 2-run shot draws the Cardinals 1 run closer, and on his birthday, Joel Tapia Mello gets 2 RBIs on a 2-run home run. He was able to get ahead 3-1 in the count, was able to get a pitch over the plate, and he took it. And that ball's not coming back. As third baseman number 12, A.J. Palumbo, steps into the batter's box and swings for strike number 1 as it's fouled off behind the batters, or the backstop, excuse me. That pitch is going to be taken high for a ball. That ball looked good off the bat, but it was going to be a close one at the wall, and it was able to just graze over. And a bunt's going to be down. And a great play charging the ball from the third baseman, Jose Collado. Allegheny wasn't exactly in bunt defense, but Palumbo was unable to put the bunt down easy. It was squirted pretty quickly to the third baseman, and a charging Collado was able to make the play at first, as that's going to be 1 down. That pitch is going to be taken for a ball outside. DH number 14, Nelson Grajales, steps into the batter's box. Looking for a 1-out base runner here. That pitch is going to hit him. It appeared to look like a slider trying to have a backdoor slide right in between the zone. Maybe clip the inside edge of the zone. Was unable to get it in there. And that hits Grajales as he goes to first. And now number 21, catcher Sam Kelly, steps into the batter's box. That pitch is taken for a ball. It just looks early here today that these two offenses have showed up to play, and it's going to take great effort here on the mound and in the field to generate 3 outs. The Cardinals continuing to look to stay on the gas pedal here as they face still a 1-run deficit after the 3-run shot given up in the top half of the first. Kelly gets ahead 3-0. You can imagine the red lights incoming as the Cardinals look to get a runner in scoring position 2-1. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. That's going to be taken for strike number 1. Clip the bottom half of the zone over the middle of the plate. And that's going to be taken inside for ball number 4, as the Cardinals now have a runner on first and second, looking to draw back even here. First baseman number 9, Tyler Sankovic. You can imagine he's looking to get back maybe a run after the misplay at first here in the top half of the inning. Let's see what he can do with the opportunity. That pitch can be taken for strike number 1. The 0-1. The pitch could be taken for strike number 2. That's going to be low for ball 1. So the count moves to 1-2. Pressure starts to build when you give up early runs on the mound to begin games, but the Cardinals bats were able to back up Joey Hurtado. That ball swung on and hit the other way. That's going to be caught in left field as runners get back. And now here with 2 outs, Soto looks to get out of this as right fielder number 3, Sebastian Guzman, steps into the batter's box. The wind's moving today, so we're going to see maybe a couple long balls, as we've already seen 2 here. That ball's going to be swung on and fouled off right back here to the backstop. You got to wonder, with how the wind's moving and the offensive production already put up through the air off the bats of these 2 teams, if pitchers start to look to pound the bottom half of the zone, maybe get some balls on the ground. Maybe force the game into a small ball type game here, as Guzman takes a big hack at pitch 2 and misses, as the count now moves to 0-2, as Soto finds himself ahead here with 2 outs and looks to get out of this inning stranding 2. Pitch is outside for ball number 1. The 1-2 delivery. That's going to be swung on, and that's going to be a strikeout. Soto picks up a K to get out of the first half, or get out of the first inning, excuse me. Not before the Cardinals make some damage, though, as Joel Tapia Mello hits a 2-run shot on his birthday, as the Cardinals now trail by 1, 3-2. Stay with us as we go to the top half of the second inning on the CCBC Catonsville YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville broadcast as we head to the second inning of Game 1 of this doubleheader. Allegheny coming back out. The right fielder takes ball 1. We saw Joey Hurtado fall behind in the first inning in a couple of counts. That ball's going to be dribbled to the third baseman. Palumbo charges and makes the play to first, and that's going to be out number 1 as AJ makes it look easy. Hurtado hung a breaking ball in the zone in the top half of the first inning for the 3-run shot. Came back to that same pitch to get it out of the inning for a backwards K. So we know Hurtado is going to keep firing. Second baseman number 10, Gian Otero, comes up here as he looks to get on before they turn to the top half of the order. That pitch is going to be taken for a strike as the count now moves even. Otero doesn't love the call. Shows bunt. Otero shows bunt, but was able to pull it back. That ball's going to be swung on. Tank Kelly charges, makes the play. And they're going to say he was off the bag. And that Gian Otero was safe there at first running down the line. Tank Kelly made a play. Fired it to first. Tyler Sankovic had to come off the bag. That pitch is swung on down the line. That's going to be foul as the left fielder is unable to get to it. Otero is going to be credited to hit. That was a bang-bang play. Sankovic had to come off the bag there. It appeared as if he was able to catch it maybe before he came off the bag, or he was able to tag him, but the infield judge has a better view than I do. And there's now a runner, and he's going to take second. And he's going to be hosed out. Caught stealing. As Sam Kelly was able to gun him out at second. Otero trying to stretch 2 to get a runner in scoring position. And was hosed out at 2. And now here with 2 outs. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. That ball's going to be swung on. And that's going to be caught in left field as Eric McLaughlin makes the play. And that's going to be out number 3 as the Cardinals are able to get out of this inning, giving up no runs as we go to the bottom half of the second inning. Stay with us here as it's 3-2. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville broadcast as left fielder number 10, Eric McLaughlin, steps into the batter's box. As the Cardinals have 8-9, and then the top of the order here due up in the bottom half of the second. That pitch is going to be taken for a strike. Soto's back out there on the mound as he gets ahead 0-2. The Cardinals looking for early base runners here as they still face a one-run deficit. The 0-2. That ball swung on. That's high. That's going to be behind us here. I'm not quite sure where that ball went. The count's going to remain 0-2. The 0-2 swung on, fouled off. Soto with the inside delivery trying to jam McLaughlin in. McLaughlin was able to fight it off as the count remains 0-2. That pitch is swung on and fouled off again. As we've lost a couple baseballs this sequence. And here comes a couple more delivered to ump. Count remains 0-2. Soto appears to do a much... That ball swung on and fouled again. Soto appears to be doing a much better job sequencing pitches. Must be frustrating. McLaughlin continuing to fight these off as he's thrown a couple batter out worthy pitches. The 0-2, another foul ball, and that one clips ump. As there's going to be a quick pause in the action. McLaughlin continues to fight off these pitches. The count remains 0-2. This is about the 6th or 7th pitch in this at-bat. That ball's going to be taken outside for ball one. Running up the pitch count right here for McLaughlin. That's going to be taken for ball two as the count now moves even. Can't ask much more of your 8th batter than a 9-pitch at bat. Here comes the 2-2. That's going to be taken inside for a ball, and the count now moves full. This has been a professional at bat. Good pitch sequencing. And that's going to be ball number 4, and that's an incredible at-bat for Eric McLaughlin, as that's one of the better walks you're going to see. Fell behind 0-2, is able to foul off 3 more. Then saw 4 straight balls in a row. You wonder just how many times Soto could continue to challenge the strike zone until he lost it. And that's going to be a first batter walk. As now with a runner on first, number 17, Jake Long, is due up. As that pitch can be taken for a ball. As a pitcher, foul balls, one of the more frustrating things, especially 0-2. You believe that you threw a good enough pitch. And then after starting up 0-2, giving up a walk, Soto's got to be able to flush it as the count moves to 2-0 here. That's going to be his 7th straight ball. His count moves to 3-0. And once again, you can imagine a red light probably. That's going to be taken for a strike over the plate. It appeared to maybe a little high, but it clips the top half of the zone as the count moves to 3-1. The 3-1 swung on, deep center field. And that play is going to be made in center as Aiden McLaughlin's able to make the play. Now with the out in the inning, the Cardinals turn to the top half of the order as shortstop Tank Kelly now due up. A double in the first inning, which ended up turning into a run off the 2-run shot at Tapia Mello. Let's see if Kelly can find himself back on base as that pitch is going to be taken for a ball outside. The 1-0 taken for a strike. That's going to be taken for a strike. As the count now moves to 1-2. Kelly's got to look to protect here as he sees 2 go by him. That's going to be outside as the count now moves even as Kelly shakes his head, continuing to be disciplined at the plate despite the 2 strikes. The 2-2 swung on. And that play's going to be made. What a catch in left field. Dylan McCallop, number 5, was able to make a great play, great jump. It appeared that Kelly turned on that pitch. Wasn't able to drive it out, though, despite the wind. And now here with 2 outs, Tapia Mello looks for similar success that he had in the first inning, as he already faces that pitch is going to be taken for strike 1. As he already has a 2 RBI day, along with the birthday cake waiting for him when he gets home. The 0-1. That ball swung on. And that ball's going to drop right down in front of the right fielder. McLaughlin looks to turn. McLaughlin gets back. That was a bang-bang play. Heads-up defense there from the Wildcats as they were able to get the ball in. McLaughlin was caught staring a little bit, but he was able to get back. And now runners on first and second as A.J. Palumbo comes up to bat with 2 outs. We saw Palumbo try to lay down a late bunt in the first inning, was unable to beat out the throw, though, as we now see what he can do with 2 outs here with runners on first and second as the Cardinals face a 1-run deficit. That ball's going to be swung on and fouled off. A lot of first pitch hacks here for the Cardinals, remaining aggressive. That pitch is going to be taken high for a ball. The 1-1, that pitch is going to be a wild pitch as it got away from the catcher here, as runners move to second and third, and the count moves to 2-1 as the Cardinals now have 2 runners in scoring position. A.J. Palumbo with a 2-1 count here. Runners on second and third. That pitch taken outside and low for ball 3 as the count moves to 3-1. You got to imagine here Soto's got to throw him something over the middle of the plate and challenge the strike zone. We'll see if A.J. Palumbo can capitalize here with 2 outs. That pitch is going to clip the bottom half of the zone. Palumbo thought about it but was able to hold back. So that's going to be strike number 2. Here it is, folks. Runners on second and third. Full count, 3-2, 2 outs. That ball swung on. That ball finds a gap as A.J. Palumbo is able to find grass here as he turns 2. And he's going to return back to 1 wisely, as that's going to be a 2 RBI, 2 out single for A.J. Palumbo, as the Cardinals now take their first lead of the afternoon off the bat of A.J. Palumbo. 4-3 lead for the Cardinals. DH number 14, Nelson Grajales, is now due up. Nelson Grajales here with 2 outs. And pitch could be taken low for ball 1. The 1-0. That's going to be a pop fly. Second and right. Made a heavy charge for that ball. Was unable to get to it. That's going to be fouled off. Count moves to 1-1. As Palumbo returns to first. The wind picks back up. Here's the 1-1. That swung on and fouled off. Grajales just a little behind on that one. This count moves to 1-2. The Cardinals have done a great job getting ahead in counts and giving favorable pitches, and have been able to do something with them. Grajales finds himself behind in this count, but it does move to 2-2 with the ball, and that's going to be a stolen base there as A.J. Palumbo runs on 2 strikes and 2 outs and is able to get just behind the tag there from Otero at second. That pitch is swung on, hit the other way. That's going to be high. And the right fielder comes and makes the play, as that's going to be out number 3. And that's going to conclude 2 innings here in game 1 of this doubleheader as the Cardinals take back the lead 4-3 as we go to the top half of the 3rd inning. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville YouTube broadcast. As we move to the top half of the third, as Joey Hurtado back out here on the mound, as he's pitching with his first lead of the afternoon. Third baseman number 21, Jose Collado, due up. That breaking ball going to be low and take it for ball one. Hurtado has a lot of break on those off-speed pitches. That pitch is going to be swung on and fouled off. This count moves to 1-1. The 1-1. The breaking ball scores to second base, and that's going to be out number one. As Tyler Sankovic makes the play, as the Cardinals made a couple of defensive adjustments here in between innings. A.J. Palumbo moves from third to first. Tapio Mello moves from second to third. And Tyler Sankovic with the play right there moves from first to second. So a little shuffling around for the Cardinals infield as the first batter of the innings retired. That breaking ball drops into the zone. As the catcher takes strike one. Pop fly. That's a high one. Sankovic calls for it, makes the play. And that's going to be out number two. Sankovic busy here early, and his position changed to second as he retires the first two batters of the inning. As Joey Hurtado looks to maybe find himself in a rhythm here after that three-run first inning. And Eric Valentine, the first baseman who hit the three-run shot in the first, is now due back up. That pitch taken for ball one. That's going to be taken for ball number two as Valentine finds himself ahead in the count, looking for repeating success. That 2-0 swung on, smoked down the third base line, but just goes foul. Here comes the 2-1. Swung on and fouled off. Two outs as Hurtado looks to get out of this inning clean. Let's see what he goes to. It's going to be the fastball dropped a little low as the count now moves full to 3-2. And that's going to be strike number three as Joey Hurtado is able to get out of this inning clean. 1, 2, 3. As we move to the bottom half of the third inning. And the Cardinals hold on to this 4-3 lead. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the bottom half of the third inning as catcher Sam Kelly steps into the batter's box. That pitch is going to be taken for a ball outside. That's going to be a nice stop from the catcher, but that's going to be low for ball two as it bounces. Soto back in the game on the mound here for the Wildcats. Again, that's going to be a one-hopper as the count now moves to 3-0, and you can imagine Kelly will be given a red light here. Look to maybe take a pitch. And he will, and that's going to be ball number 4 as Kelly starts with a 4-pitch walk to start this bottom half of the third. And the Wildcats are going to take a mound visit. Perhaps talk it over. We'll take a break with them, and we'll be right back. Stay with us here on the YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC baseball broadcast. Soto remains in after a mound visit, looking to settle down their pitcher here as that pitch is going to be taken for a ball. Soto looks to find his command back. A couple pitches have gotten away from him a little low. The 1-0, that's going to frame the outside corner, and that's going to be strike one. Now it's a much-needed strike here for Soto as he looks to settle in here in the bottom half of the third. The 1-1 swung on, hit the other way. That could be a double play ball. Third to second, second to first. But Sankovic is able to beat it out. The Wildcats looked to turn a double play, was able to turn one at second, but was not able to get both as Sankovic was able to run and beat it out and avoid the double play as now Sebastian Guzman, the right fielder, steps into the batter's box here. That pitch swung on and missed. Couple swing and misses in the first at bat for Guzman, continuing to stay aggressive. Let's see if he can find it here. That pitch taken low for a ball. The 1-1 taken outside for ball number 2. The 2-1. And that's going to be ball number 3. That appeared to look close, but maybe was just a little outside as Guzman finds himself ahead 3-1. The Cardinals have found success ahead in counts here. Let's see if Soto attacks the strike zone. Here it is, swung on and fouled off as the count now moves full at 3-2. The 3-2. That ball's going to be outside and take it for ball number 4. And that's going to be another walk here The Wildcats look to the bench here, perhaps thinking about a pitching change, but I think they're going to keep Soto in for one more batter here is Eric McLaughlin, the left fielder, now due up with runners on first and second, one out. That off-speed pitch wasn't able to find the back door as that was high and in. The 1-0. That ball swung on. That ball was smoked, but that's going to be a foul ball. Eric McLaughlin turned on that one, but just a little ahead of it. It looked like McLaughlin was waiting for that one. Just a little early on that pitch. See if he could straighten it out here as the count moves to 1-1. It's Soto, and the Wildcats might have gotten away with one. Wildcats getting a bullpen arm ready. McLaughlin drives that to deep center. The play's going to be made, and no tag up as the Wildcats are able to get it in cleanly. And now here with 2 outs and runners on first and second, the 9-hitter Jake Long steps into the batter's box. Obviously, if you're the Wildcats, you hope to get out of this inning clean, but this is probably the last batter for Soto. A walk or a base hit would probably mean his day is done, and the Cardinals will go to the top half of the order here. So we'll see if the Wildcat DeSoto could get out of this one as that pitch is taken high and outside for ball number 1. The 1-0. That's going to be a check swing from Long, and he was debating going or not. And he fouled it off, and that's going to move to 1-1. Here comes the 1-1. Ball outside. The bottom half of the order here for the Cardinals looking to do damage here and add to this 1-run lead. Maybe provide some cushion for Hurtado. And that's going to be ball number 3. I think Long believed that was ball 4. The count moves to 3-1, but once again a hitter's count here as Soto's got to be extremely careful. The Wildcats bullpen putting the thumbs up as they're ready to go here. That ball's going to be swung on and fouled off, and it now moves to 3-2. Soto looking to get out of this inning without needing any bullpen assistance. His count now moves to 3-2 with 2 outs and a runner on first and second here for Jake Long. And that's going to be strike number 3. And that's going to be a backwards K as the Wildcats find a way to get out of that inning with no runs given up. Jake Long disagrees. But the Wildcats escape as we now move to the top half of the 4th inning, and the Cardinals remain up 4-3. Stay with us here on the CCBC YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville YouTube broadcast. We head here to the top half of the fourth inning of 7 in this Game 1 doubleheader. Joey Hurtado has really settled in and found his own here after a 3-run first inning, basically on a mistake breaking ball that's hung in the zone. That breaking ball not going to be able to find the zone, and that's going to be ball number 1. And that fastball that finds the zone now moves the count 1-1. That pitch is going to be swung on. Eric McLaughlin charges it and is able to make the play, and that's going to be out number 1 as Eder Rodriguez flies out to left. And now center fielder number 1, Aiden McLaughlin, now steps up to the batter's box. Hurtado, after having a busy first inning, only at 51 pitches so far through 3 1/3, which isn't too bad. Granted, the first inning struggles he faced. That pitch could be taken for a ball. That's going to be a strike, and the count now moves even. Pitch a little low for ball 2. That pitch is swung on, and that's going to be another fly out as Eric McLaughlin once again makes the play and has had a busy fourth inning. Is now here with 2 outs. Left fielder number 5, Dylan McKellop, is due up. Shows bunt. That's going to be popped up, and the play's going to be made from Sam Kelly, and that's going to be out number 3. As Hurtado is able to get out of another inning strong, and he's feeling it as we now move to the bottom half of the fourth inning as the Cardinals continue to hold on to this 4-3 lead. Stay with us here on the CCBC YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville broadcast. As the Wildcats make a pitching change, as Javier Caro now takes some warm-up pitches as he's ready to hop on the mound He was warming up to end the third inning, but Soto was able to get out of it. As the Wildcats still face a one-run deficit, though, as the top half of the order for the Cardinals starts this inning as shortstop number 27, Jaden Kelly, due up first. The Cardinals looking to add to this one-run cushion. That ball got away from Caro, and that's going to be behind Kelly for ball number 1. The Cardinals see a batting order of Kelly, Mello, and Palumbo here due up in the bottom half of the 4th. Let's see if the top half of the order can continue their production. All 3 of those hitters have RBIs or runs today. Kelly has a run and an RBI, or Kelly has a run and a double, excuse me. Mello's got a 2-run shot and a couple RBIs and a couple runs. And A.J. Palumbo has a 2 RBI single in the day. The 2-0 taken for a ball as the count moves to 3-0. Kelly, aggressive, but probably going to be given the red light here as the Cardinals look to see if this Wildcats bullpen could settle into this game. That is going to be strike 1 as that clips the inside of the zone over the plate. That pitch could be inside as Kelly has to do a limbo move a little bit, and that's going to be ball number 4 as another first batter walk to the Wildcats surrender. As now third baseman Joel Tapia Mello steps into the batter's box looking to do more damage here. Kelly's taken off. Never mind. He comes back as he fakes out the catcher and myself. My apologies. The count moves to 1-0. Don't be surprised if Kelly looks to take off here. They're going to say that ball hit Mello as it clips the inside part of the zone and hits him. And now here with no outs, A.J. Palumbo steps into the batter's box with runners on first and second as the Cardinals have a great opportunity ahead of themselves to add to this one lead cushion. Despite Hurtado pitching that ball swung on, that ball's deep, that ball's high. That play's going to be made in left field. Both left fielders today have been extremely busy. That's going to be out number 1 as Palumbo takes a first pitch fly ball and isn't able to advance the runners. Back to what I was saying, despite Hurtado settling into this game, you can't imagine that the 1-run lead's comfortable. Cardinals bats look to add to this lead here in the bottom half of the 4th as DH number 14 Nelson Grajales looks to join in on the action. That pitch is going to be swung on and missed. Grajales with the swing and miss. That pitch could be a little high and take it for ball 1. The 1-1. That pitch is swung on. And that's going to be hit right to the right fielder, and the play is going to be made. Kelly's going to tag up from second to third as the Cardinals now find themselves with the runners on the corners. Grajales able to move the base runners over as catcher Sam Kelly now steps into the batter's box. That pitch taken outside for ball one. Kelly's shown great patience in the batter's box here today. Let's see if they finally give him one. That's going to be swung on. That ball looks like it might drop. Oh, what a play! Second baseman Gian Otero was able to make the over-the-shoulder catch. That's one of the better infield plays you're going to see. What a catch. That's going to end the fourth inning as the Cardinals once again strand two and are unable to do anything with the two early base runners with no outs. And we now move here to the top half of the fifth inning as the Cardinals still lead 4-3. Stay with us here on the CCBC YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville baseball broadcast. We head into the top half of this fifth inning as Joey Hurtado back out there on the mound. Hurtado, 3 runs given up along with only 56 pitches. 2 strikeouts on the day. That pitch is going to be taken for strike one as the off-speed was able to find the back door. That's going to be taken inside for a ball as the count now moves even. That ball's going to be chopped back up to short. Kelly charges, makes the play at first, and that's going to be out number 1 as Tank Kelly makes it look easy. Hurtado continues to do an incredible job getting the ball down. I mentioned earlier in the game how you might see both these pitchers look to try to get the ball down in the zone more and pound the bottom half for ground balls as the balls were flying early out the park. Seen a lot of ground outs for Hurtado. That pitch is swung on and golfed. Jake Long comes in and charges and makes the play in center, and that's going to be out number 2. Gian Otero retired on the first pitch. As the Wildcats now move to the top half of the inning, as shortstop number 2, Sebastian Garcia. That breaking ball falls in the bottom half of the zone and is taken for ball number 1. They're going to say that pitch was low on the fastball, and the count moves to 2-0. That's going to be strike number 1. It's been a while since Hurtado has seen a 3-ball count. That's where you want to stay. Able to keep the pitch count low and get ahead. That ball's going to be dribbled to third. The backhand from Mello, the fire, and the play is going to be made as the Cardinals defense continues to shine. And they're going to get out of that inning clean as we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. And still, the Cardinals lead 4-3. Stay with us here on the ccac Catonsville YouTube broadcast. Welcome back here to the broadcast. Javier Caro back on the mound for his 2nd inning of action out the bullpen for the Wildcats. That pitch is going to be swung on and fouled off as Tyler Sankovic takes a hack at pitch 1. That off-speed pitch clips the inside of the zone as it travels over the zone, and the count now moves to 0-2. That's going to be outside for ball number 1. The 1-2. That's going to be low and take it for ball number 2 as the count now moves even. Two. That ball swung on. That ball's turned on as Tyler Sankovic was able to get the bat head around on the inside pitch, and he's going to have a stand-up double to start this inning as the Cardinals continue to have early base runners in these innings, and let's see if they can capitalize off of that. As Sebastian Guzman now comes to the plate. The pitch went inside, and Sankovic was able to turn the bat head and get the hands inside and turn on it, and was able to hit it down the right field line for a double. Great piece of hitting here as now finding themselves with a runner in scoring position and no outs. Here. That ball almost got away from him, and the count moves to 2-0. That pitch taken for a ball, and the count now moves to 3-0. That's going to be strike one. The Cardinals have been aggressive in these situations, 3-1. And he's going to swing at it, and he's going to miss it, and the count now moves full. Javier doing a great job at challenging the strike zone after falling behind 3-0, and now the count now moves full. Pitch outside, and that's going to be a walk. As now, once again, the Cardinals have two base runners with no outs. And number 10, Eric McLaughlin, now due up. The Wildcats continue to give up walks and early inning base runners. The Cardinals haven't exactly made them pay in the last couple innings. Let's see if they can change that. From the bat of Eric McLaughlin. He's going to show bunt, and he's going to pull it back. There was some discussion there at home plate. Eric McLaughlin showed bunt, pulled back bunt, and then argued that the ball hit him on the arm. Now the Wildcats coach is going to come out here for an argument, as they're going to ask the infield judge for second opinion. The Wildcats questioning that. If the call stands, Eric McLaughlin goes to first, and runners are now loaded here with no outs in the bottom half of the fifth. There may be discourse about whether or not the arm is an extension of that when you go to show bunt here, I believe is the argument that the opposing coach is having here, saying that he pulled back in time and that hit him. After some discourse, and now with bases loaded, Jake Long, center fielder number 17, now due up with a great opportunity. Here comes a second. Two's going to score. McLaughlin's going to go back to second. Long finds himself in a pickle. And Jake Long, the Wildcats were playing their infielders in just in case for a bunt. Field, two runners came in as there was a little bit of traffic on the base path looking to see if the center fielder would make that catch. Second, and now here with no outs and a 3-run lead, Tank Kelly, and the top loaded as Tank Kelly has a first pitch. And here he comes to Pio Mello on his birthday after a 2-run shot in the first. Now, and maybe put the final nail in the coffin needed to walk away game one with a win. This inning's seen a little bit of everything. Some base hits, some walks, hit by pitches. Now with the bases loaded and no day. And he could do so in a here. That ball's up. That looks like a tag-up opportunity is incoming. Eric McLaughlin tagged up. He goes home. And there's going to be no contest at home as he stands in at home on the sac fly, as that's going to be out number one, but not before the Cardinals add it. They moved to 7 runs here, along with 3. Now at first base. Palumbo also looking to add to his 2 RBI day. As Kelly's on first and Long's on second. As the Wildcats look to minimize damage here. Back out and maybe draw back a couple of these runs. The 2-1. That ball's golfed. Palumbo had to reach down for that one. He maybe could have left that downstairs, but the count now moves to 2-2. In these situations, he wants to make the play, and he wants to make it with his bat. We'll see if he remains aggressive here on 2-2. To avoid it, the count now moves to 3-2. Nelson Grajales have their power here in the 3-4. The 3-2 swung on. That ball might find beyond the first base line. Palumbo was this close from poking one in over the first baseman. Swung on and fouled off. As Palumbo and we try again here on the 3-2. Ball's gonna be swung on. That ball's crushed. And that ball is gone. And that's going to be a 3-run shot off the bat of A.J. Palumbo as he now moves to a 5. Here comes Long. That's 1. Kelly, that's 2. And A.J. Palumbo, 3-2, continued to foul off a threw him one inside. He was able to drop the bat head and get under it and around it. Kept tight hands inside, got to the inside pitch and drove it. That ball looked gone the second off the bat. And now there's going to be a conversation on the mound as the Wildcats now quickly get 2 bullpen. As with 1 out here in the bottom half of the 5th inning, offense and taking a 10-3 lead. Nelson Grajales swung on and fouled off for the first pitch. Multiple times this game, and it looked like the Cardinals had a chance to open this game up and add the insurance runs that their pitching would have liked. That ball swung on and smooth up here with 2 outs. But the Cardinals offense left on multiple base runners, multiple innings in a row, and it just felt like it was about time the Cardinals opened it up. And they did. Couple pokes finding grass. A sac fly to bring in one. And then off the bat of A.J. Palumbo, a 3-run shot that was able to provide double digits on the scoreboard for the Cardinals as they take a 10-3 lead here. That ball's going to be swung on and fouled off. Cardinals really getting under a lot of these pitches. A lot of these foul balls are high up in the air. A lot of these flyouts, or at least putouts, are more flyouts than groundouts. You can see an emphasis to try to get this under these pitches and drive them, really. Cardinals have done a great job as they have multiple home runs on the day. That pitch going to be a little low and take it for a ball as the count moves to 2-1. The bats of Jaden Kelly, Joel Tapia-Mello, and A.J. Palumbo have generated a good majority of the runs that the Cardinals have generated here today. And that's what's so important about the guys at the bottom of the lineup, like Sebastian Guzman and Jake Long and Tyler Ccac, able to start the inning off with walks or base hits to get on. Sam Kelly turns on that pitch, and that's going to go down the third base line. That ball looked to be a backdoor off-speed pitch. Kelly was able to turn on it. The Cardinals look like they've made hitting the inside pitch an emphasis. Even the ones that we've seen gone foul have looked good. Count now moves to 2-2 with 2 outs. Let's see if the Wildcats can get out of this one. That ball swung on, and that ball is going to get right past the third baseman. Would have been a tough play, but he wasn't able to get the one hop. That's going to be a base hit. And first baseman number 9, Tyler Ccac, comes back up as we've now gone through the entire order. As Ccac started off this inning with a base hit. A first pitch for a strike. The Cardinals' offense starts with their ability to take pitches and get ahead in these counts. Have done a great job being patient and then finding the pitch that they want and fouling off the ones to protect with 2 strikes. Javier on pitch 46 here. No Ks. Cardinals have done a great job at making sure everything stays in play and getting a bat on everything. We'll see if Ccac can continue this run. And he's going to, as he's going to drop down and find grass. And runners now on first and second as the Cardinals continue the offensive avalanche here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. As they now draw closer to this mercy rule that at the start of the inning looked extremely far-fetched, but now maybe not. The Wildcats bullpen now not throwing. I wonder if they're just going to let Javier finish off this inning. That pitch is going to be high for Sebastian Guzman as he looks to join in on the fun. A lot of foul balls for the Cardinals, which at some point usually turns into base hits and stuff in play. And that's been proven to be true and dividends this inning, as that's going to be fouled off again, and the count moves to 1-1. The 1-1. That pitch got away from him. That's going to be a wild pitch, and runners are going to advance to second and third. Javier's got a unique arm slot. He doesn't exactly throw the ball 3/4. He's got a little bit of a east to west spin on his delivery. which usually allows his pitches to go sideways. We've seen a couple go behind or get away from the catcher. That's going to allow runners to be on second and third as two are in scoring position. The 2-1, that ball just inside as the count now moves to 3-1, and Guzman in a hitter's count may be challenged in the strike zone here. The 3-1. And that's going to be a strike, and that did strike as the count now moves to 3-2. Look for Guzman to be aggressive here to protect. Try to keep this inning going here. Here comes the 3-2. That swung on, and that's stopped by the third baseman. He makes the throw, and he retires. Guzman, what a play at third base. That ball looked like it got in the gap, but Jose Collado was able to snag it, and off one knee was able to make the throw at first. And that's going to be out number 3. What a play. But not before damage has been done, as the Cardinals put up 6 runs that inning. 3 runs off the bat of A.J. Palumbo on a 3-run shot to give them double digits as the Cardinals take a 7-run lead. As Joey Hurtado comes back to the mound. Stay with us here on the CCBC YouTube channel as we head to the top half of the 6th inning. Welcome back here. Third baseman number 21, Jose Collado, after making the incredible diving play off one knee to end the 5th inning, looks to start up this much-needed offensive output to draw back a couple of these runs here in the top half of the 6th, as they have 6 outs to work with. Hurtado back out there. That pitch is going to be swung on, hit to right field. And Guzman's going to make that play despite fighting with the sun. And that's going to be out number 1. The catcher due up here for the Wildcats as they take ball number 1. Zone as the count moves even. That ball is going to be low, unable to clip the bottom half of the zone. Count moves to 3-2. The 3-2 swung on and ground ball. Kelly charges, fires, and makes the play. Manny makes it look so pretty as that's going to be out number 2. As Tank Kelly with another put out. And Hurtado is now 1 out away from 6 strong. We had mentioned back in the 4th inning how he was around 50 pitches. He's only at 66. He has continued to slice and dice these Wildcats bats as that pitch is extremely close to hitting Eric Valentine, but taken for ball 1. That ball swung on. That's going to be a pop fly. Palumbo charges, calls for it, and makes the play. And that's going to be out number 3. 3 up, 3 down for the. As the Wildcats are unable to draw back any runs. And with a lead, we go to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville broadcast. It's Eric McLaughlin due up first here. Demarion Young, a freshman in for the Wildcats on the mound. That pitch going to be swung on, hit back up the middle. Isn't able to put his glove down as the ball sneaks by. It's Eric McLaughlin. What a first at-bat single here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Once again, we alluded to it earlier, the bottom half of the order continuing to do their job getting on base before the monstrous big 3 in the order of Kelly, Mello, and Palumbo come up. See what Jake Long can do. That ball swung on. And that play is going to be made in right. Alcantara with the play. And now here with 1 out. 7 as we move to the top half of the order. A pickoff attempt there to make sure McLaughlin stays there at 1. That ball is going to be a little high for ball one. Kelly show the 2-0 for ball number 3, and Kelly once again finds himself ahead in the count. Most likely going to take this pitch, and he will, and that's going to be ball number 4, as that's going to be a 4-pitch walk, and runners on first. It's Mello already an incredible game here in game 1 of this double to add to his multi-run, multi-RBI day. High for ball 1. That ball swung on and high. And that play's going to be made it short. And that's going to be out number 2 as McLaughlin and Kelly hold. After the 6th inning, A.J. Palumbo comes to the batter's box. Already with a 5 RBI. That ball swung on, and that foul is going to find a gap as A.J. Palumbo continues to put on a show. McLaughlin comes in to score. Here comes Kelly turning 3. He goes for home. And shortstop was unable to gather at the cutoff. And 2 come in as that's now a 7 RBI. He has a single, a double, and a homer on the day. Just a triple shy of the cycle. RBI of the day, continues to put bat on ball and drive with his hands. That one finding the left. That ball's going to be a pass ball. Third here, and with 2 outs in the bottom half of the 6th, the Cardinals are 90. Nelson Grajales. Swung on, that ball's hit the third. Play will be made at 1. The ball offline, but first baseman came off the bag, was unable to get back on it before Nelson Grajales touched first. But not before 2 runs were scored off the bat of a familiar name, A.J. Palumbo. As we move to the top half of the 7th inning, stay with us here as the Cardinals lead 12-3 on the CCBC Catonsville YouTube broadcast. Welcome back here to the broadcast. We go to the top half of the 7th inning as the Wildcats had 3 outs to draw back a big number here as they face a 9-run deficit. 12 hits have generated the 9 runs, including 7 RBIs from A.J. Palumbo. That pitch could be taken for a ball. Eder Rodriguez looks to start us off in the top half of the 7th. The count now moves even. Hurtado 3 outs away from a complete. That ball swung on, hit to Tank Kelly. Kelly reads the hop, has to fire it, get it out, and the scoop's made. A.J. Palumbo putting on a show here on both sides of the diamond. And that's going to be out number 1 as Hurtado now 2 outs away as the Cardinals look to take a Game 1 victory of this doubleheader. As number 1 center fielder Aiden McLaughlin now steps up. That ball swung on to Piomello. Now his turn. And that's going to be out number 2 as we're now 1 out away. As the Cardinals defense continues to excel behind Hurtado. One out away here for Hurtado as he looks to have a complete game here in Game 1 of this doubleheader as we're getting up 3 runs in the first, going scoreless in the remaining 6. That ball's inside for ball 1. The 1-1. That ball swung on, tipped. That's going to be strike number 2, excuse me. The 1-2. That ball swung on, and right back to Hurtado. What a way to end it. Joey Hurtado pitching 7 strong for a complete game as he shows off, and the Cardinals win Game 1 of this as he's able to make the final put out himself and run straight to the camera. And that's going to conclude Game 1 as the CCBC Catonsville Cardinals win 12-3. Joey Hurtado picks up a win in a 7th inning complete game. And he's still not the player of the game as A.J. As the Cardinals line up 1 through 9 on offense and defense were able to produce today. Cardinals win Game 1 of this doubleheader. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville broadcast as we look ahead to Game 2 in around 30 minutes. Stay with us here. Cardinals win Game 1. Hello and welcome back. I'm Brad Strauss, and this is game 2 of our 2-game doubleheader here at CCBC Catonsville, as the Catonsville Cardinals head into game 2 of this doubleheader versus Allegheny Wildcats after a game 1 victory in this doubleheader, 12-3. 7 of those runs off the bat of first baseman A.J. Palumbo, along with a complete game, 7 innings, and only 3 runs given up from Joey Hurtado. As we move to game 2, pitcher number 44, Clark Corlew, is on the mound for the Cardinals as he looks to have the similar type of success to Hurtado in game 1. For the Wildcats, shortstop number 2, Sebastian Garcia, is going to lead them off as he did in game 1. The top half of the order for the Cardinals, Jaden Kelly, Tapia Mello, and A.J. Palumbo put up elite offensive production in game 1. They stay along the top 3 of this batting order. And then it's followed by right fielder Kobe Valet. And then second baseman Tyler Senkovich slides into the 5th slot for game 2. A.J. Perry at DH at the 6th. Sebastian Guzman stays in right field at 7th, Eric McLaughlin, left fielder number 10, slides into the 7 hole. And then catcher number 35, Seth Manos at the 8, followed by center fielder number 17, Jake Long in the 9 hole. But first, the Cardinals will start on defense as Clark Corlew looks to pick up a game 2 victory on the mound here today as the Cardinals look for a sweep. Sebastian Guzman now steps into the batter's box as wind is picked up here, and that's going to be taken for strike 1 as home plate and infield umps switch positions here for game 2 of this doubleheader. And the 0-1 swung on and fouled off as he attacks the zone early with 2 fastballs. Let's see what he does here, 0-2. Maybe expect a breaking ball away or maybe a fastball high and in here. That pitch is outside. That's going to be a ball, and the count moves to 1-2. Corley with the delivery. And that breaking ball is just going to sit at the top of the zone. Wasn't able to drop in. That appeared to be curveball there that couldn't drop in there in the back door. That pitch is swung on. That's pop fly. Senkovich is going to be called off by right field, and that play is going to be made as Kobe Valet is able to make the play out there and right as he gets his afternoon started. As that's out number 1 here in the top half of the first. Now coming up to plate, number 27, second baseman Adrian Rodriguez, who takes ball 1. This is his first action of the afternoon. Let's see how he settles into the ball game as he's slotted as the 2 batter here for this Wildcats offense that's looking for offensive production that they couldn't find in the final 6 innings of game 1 after an explosive 3-run first. Let's see if the Wildcats can find repeating success to start this game the way they did last game. That pitch is going to be taken for a strike. As Corlew looks to get back in this count after falling behind 0-2. That pitch taken for a ball, and the count now moves to 3-1. The Wildcats looking to get ahead in counts here in Game 2. They fell behind a lot in Game 1, or chased and was aggressive early. That ball's going to go behind us here, and the count's now going to move full at 3-2. Hurtado and the Cardinals defense at Game 1 did an incredible job at having quick innings and having the ball be in play. The infield defense was immaculate to back up their pitcher. Let's see if they can repeat that, and they will right there as Stankovic is able to make the play. I think they're going to say that that was a line out there, but just for good measure, he's going to throw it to first and touch the bag. And that's going to be out number 2 here, as that ball was smoked, but Tyler Stankovic was able to make the play at 2. We saw a little bit of an infield defensive adjustment in the middle of Game 1, moving Tapia Mello to third, Palampo to first, and Stankovic to second. They're going to stay with that defensive assignment here in Game 2 as that first pitch is taken for a strike. Jose Collado, number 21, now due up here. Slided in the 3-hole for Game 2. That pitch is swung on. That may find a gap, but that's going to drift right to the center fielder, and Jake Long's going to make the play. And that's going to be 3 up, 3 down, as that's now over 2 games, 7 scoreless in a row for the Cardinals, as we now move to the bottom half of the first inning, and the Cardinals' bats look to continue to stay hot. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville broadcast. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville baseball broadcast, and leading us off at Game 2 is none other than shortstop Tank Kelly. The familiar leadoff for the Cardinals looks to once again get the Cardinals started. In Game 1 in the first inning, he was able to have an RBI, or excuse me, he was able to have a double to start the game off. Let's see if he can repeat that sex. He's going to swing on the first pitch, and that ball's going to die in left field, and that's going to be pitch 1, out 1. Aniel Cruz, number 12 on the mound here for the Wildcats, was able to get the put out here as he looks to settle into this Game 2 ball game here. And Tapia Mello now due up here. That pitch taken outside for ball 1. Mello found himself with a 3 RBI day there in Game 1. Along with a 2-run shot in the first inning to drive in that Tank Kelly double I mentioned just a minute ago. takes that ball outside for 2-0. The 2-0 over the plate, and that's going to be strike one. The 2-1. He's unable to find the command. Off-speed pitch. Let's see if he finds it here. As Cruz may have to attack the zone with a fastball here as he's fell behind 3-1 in this count. Let's see if Mello can make him pay. There it is, a fastball in the zone. Mello took a nice hack at it, but he's going to miss, and that's going to be 3-2. You expected a pitch in the zone to challenge him there, falling behind 3-1, excuse me. He challenged him, and he won that one. Now it's 3-2 full. He went back to the breaking ball, trying to find the back door to clip the outside of the zone, was unable to find the backside of the zone, and that's going to be a full count walk. As Tapio Mello now goes to first, and A.J. Palumbo now steps into the batter's box. As once again he finds himself up to bat with a runner on. His RBI tally's at 7 so far today. Let's see if he can add to that. First pitch can be taken low for a ball. Palumbo's extremely aggressive. He's going to swing if you challenge him in that strike zone. It's going to be difficult for them to get him out the way he's seeing the baseball right now if they fall behind. Here comes the 1-0. Mello's gonna turn 3. Cruz tried to make a pickoff play at first. Had a throwing error there. The ball went past the first baseman. Mello went 2 and then turned 3 as the ball dribbled all the way back to the opposing dugout. And now here we go with a runner in scoring position. A.J. Palumbo has a chance to get the Cardinals an early lead. And that off-speed pitch is going to find the back door and slip in the zone as Palumbo takes strike 1 and the count now moves even. The 1-1. That breaking ball outside as it crossed the plate. Wasn't able to stay on the outside corner. Palumbo takes that pitch and once again gets ahead 2-1 in the count. Maybe expecting a fastball here, challenging him in the zone. Maybe something inside to try to jam him. That's going to be another breaking ball. Palumbo turned on it but was unable to keep it in play as the count now moves to 2-2. You can expect maybe a fastball up and in or a breaking ball away, hoping he chases here. Working all regions of the strike zone. There was the breaking ball. I would presume in attempts to be outside. He hung it a little bit, and that's going to be ball 3 as the count now moves full again, and that's back-to-back full counts here for Cardinals hitters. Here comes the 3-2. That ball swung on, and that ball smoked right down the third base line as it is unable to stay fair, and the count remains 3-2. They gave Palumbo the on-speed pitch. He was just a little ahead of it as he pulls it foul, and the count remains full. The 3-2. And that's going to be ball 4 as the breaking ball is unable to clip the bottom half of the zone, and Palumbo takes it. And that's now 2 full count walks here for the second and 3 hitters in the lineup. And now with his first at-bat of the afternoon, number 20 right fielder Kobe Valet finds himself with runners on corners and an incredible opportunity here with only one out in the bottom half of the first. That ball swung on and missed as Valet welcomes himself into the game with a swing and a miss. Cruz looking to get out of this here for the Wildcats. Maybe potentially set up a double play ball. They're going to avoid that. Palumbo went stealing. They were able to get back to him. Now they're going to be a pick down situation. Here comes Mello. And that's going to be 3 outs. I was trying to let that play out in the field there. A.J. Palumbo went for the steal from first to second to try to avoid the double play. The Wildcats made a great play throwing the ball down at second base quickly. Palumbo found himself going to get thrown out, so he stopped himself, found himself in a jam. Then Tapia Mello decided to leave from third, maybe trying to generate a run there. They shifted their focus to Mello, was able to tag him out at third. And then while they weren't paying attention, A.J. Palumbo tried to run 3, but they ended up tagging him out at 3, and that's going to be 2 outs on that play as the Cardinals base running not optimal there as they ran themselves out of the inning. We're going to move to the top half of the second inning. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville broadcast. Welcome back here to the top half of the second inning. Clark Corlew back out here on the mound as that first pitch is taken for a ball. A lot happened here at the bottom half of the first inning as the Cardinals ran themselves out of the inning with a couple base running mistakes. That play's going to be made as Jake Long took a couple steps back and then found himself not under that one and had to pursue it heavily with the diving play. As that was a dramatic out number 1, which seems to be the theme of the last couple outs. That pitch is going to be taken for a strike. That pitch finds the strike zone as his fastball command looks good early, and the count now moves to 0-2. The 0-2, that off-speed pitch clips the bottom half of the zone, but not after it's fouled off. It's Jahil Lopez, the catcher for the Wildcats, was able to fight it off and stay alive as he looks to protect 0-2. Back to the fastball, and that's going to be fouled off away. The 0-2 swung on, hit back up to Kelly. Kelly charges it, play it first, and the play is going to be made, and that's going to be out number 2 as Tank Kelly continues to play a flawless defensive day. That's going to be out number 2. As center fielder number 1, Aiden McLaughlin, remains in the 6th hole here for game 2, and looks to get a 2-out base runner here in the top half of the second. The wind picking up here. That breaking ball is going to stay high, and that's going to be ball number 1. The 1-0 breaking ball, unable to find the zone, stays high, and the count moves to 2-0. Corlew's been great with his on-speed command. His fastball has been unable to find the curveball in the zone yet. That's the next step here for him as he throws a fastball in the zone, and that's going to be strike 1. Trying to catch back up after he fell behind 0-2, or 2-0, excuse me. The ball's going to be swung on, hit to right field. And that play is going to be made as he makes a diving catch down the right field line. That play would have been close to in play or not, but Kobe Valley is able to make the play diving in right field as the Cardinals' glove continues to shine. And that's going to be out number 3 as we now move to the bottom half of the second inning. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville broadcast as it's tied 0-0. Welcome back here to the baseball broadcast. Number 20, right. The top half of the second starts here in the bottom half of the second. That ball swung on and fouled off. Kobe saw a couple pitches there half of the first, but after a couple rundowns, the Cardinals ran themselves out of the inning, and Valley finds himself back up here. That ball's going to hit him in the back as the breaking ball is unable to move back in. And that's going to be a first batter hit by pitch to first. And Tyler Sankovic now comes up. Cruz, with the help of his defense, was able to get out of the first inning of trouble. Let's see if he can avoid more traffic on the base paths here as that pitch is taken for a ball. The all-speed pitch, unable to find his command right now with that pitch, as that ball is outside for ball 2. The zone here as he fell behind at 2-0. See if Stankovic is aggressive. That will be an on-speed pitch, but just a little high, and the count moves to 3-0. You can expect Tyler to take this one. That's going to be a strike, and the count moves to 3-1. The 3-1 delivery. That ball swung on, and that finds a gap in between first and second. Kobe turning for 3, and he's going to stand up. Well, he's going to slide into third. And the runners now are on the corner as Kobe Valet goes from first to third on the poke into right field off the bat of Tyler Stankovic. As DH AJ Perry sees his first at-bat of the afternoon with a great opportunity with runner in scoring position and 2 runners on the corners. Here with no outs in the bottom half of the second inning. That pitch is going to be taken outside for a ball. The 1-0. Once again, that off-speed pitch drifts outside, unable to come back in. The count moves to 2-0. Potentially look for something. That ball's going to be swung on and hit, and that ball's going to drop into left field, and that's going to be 1 run as AJ Perry puts his mark here on game 2 of this doubleheader with an RBI. And now runners on first and second as the Cardinals take a 1-0 lead. Eric scoring position, and another on first. That pitch is going to be outside and take it for a ball. Cruz has to do a better job of getting ahead in these counts. The Cardinals will continue to make him pay if they get ahead in these. Patient and draw these walks as well. If Cruz can off ahead in this count, maybe he could pound the bottom half of the zone. Maybe that breaking ball is going to drop right in, and Eric chases it. That looked like that was a curveball low, and that's the exact off-speed command needed. As now he gets ahead 1-2 in the count. Maybe expect something low. Looking for a double play ball here. The 1-2. It is low, and he swings and misses, and that's going to be a strikeout as Cruz finds the off-speed command. That's a beautiful pitch. That's here in the bottom half of the second inning, as that's Cruz's first strikeout of the afternoon. And catcher Seth Manos steps into the batter's box with 2 on. It's just going to be high for ball 2 as he once again falls behind. The 2-0 fastball had to find the zone. He challenged him, and Manos on it. And he finds grass right in front of left field. And now once again the Cardinals find themselves with runners on the corners. Long now comes up here. with the fastball and get ahead in these counts, he can mix in that off-speed pitch that we saw strike out Eric McLaughlin earlier in the inning, or he can set up a pitch low that can maybe cause a double play. My apologies, the bases are loaded, as that pitch could be outside for a ball. Long has him loaded. The 1-0 delivery. That ball is going to stop. It's going to one-hop right in front of the base. It's going to be a great stop by the catcher, Jahil Lopez. As once again, Cruz finds himself behind in the count, 2-0. There's the 2-0 fastball down the middle. Jake Long unable to catch up to it and put battle and ball, and the count now moves to 2-1. See if he challenges him again here in the strike zone. That fastball going to be a little outside, and the count now moves to 3-1. As Jake's probably going to get a pitch he wants here, and if not, a run will come in. Here it is, the 3-1 delivery. And that's going to be low and outside, and that's going to be ball 4, as that's a bases loaded walk. As Tyler Sankovic walks in, and that's going to be run number 2 of this inning as the Cardinals take a 2-0 lead. And even more crushing than the bases loaded walk is walking the 9-hitter is now Tank Kelly is due back up here with bases loaded as the Cardinals turn to the top half of the order. That breaking ball is going to clip the back half of the zone. Nice frame from the catcher, and that's going to be strike 1. That's going to one-hop. The catcher lost it, but the Wildcats were able to keep it in front. This count moves to 1-1. Tank Kelly in the first inning saw 1 pitch, 1 flyout in his first sequence. Let's see what he could do with this opportunity with the bases loaded, as that's going to be low for ball 2 as the count moves to 2-1. The 2-1 bounces again. Perhaps looking for the low pitch to try to get the ball on the ground, hoping for maybe perhaps a double play. Unable to find the bottom half of the zone, and Kelly not. And now with 3-1, has no choice but challenge the strike zone to avoid another bases loaded walk. They're going to say that hit the outside corner on the fastball, and the count now moves full at 3-2. As Kelly has to protect. That pitch is swung on, smoked, but fouled down the third base line. As Kelly is just a little ahead of it, and the count remains full. The 3-2. Kelly was out and ahead of that, was able to wait just to the last second and foul it off as he stays alive, and the count remains full at 3-2. As this is a pivotal early pitch in this ball game. The 3-2. Swung on, pop fly. That off-speed pitch was fought off from Kelly. And once again, we tried 3-2. 3-2 pitch. Swung on, smoked, and that got right past the shortstop's glove. Here comes one. Here comes Manos turning for two. And that's going to be a full count. 2 RBI single for Tank Kelly. As the Cardinals find themselves taking a 4-0 lead, as there's going to be a mound visit, as Tapia Mello looks to add to his impressive day here today. The Cardinals batters continuing to work full counts and fight off, continuing to draw walks, stay patient, and then get the pitch that they want in the zone and attack. The Wildcats have an arm warming up in the bullpen now after that 2 RBI single from Tank Kelly. And we'll see if Cruz can get out of this thing as there's runners on first and second, and the Cardinals see a 4-0 lead as Tapia Mello looks to add to it. That ball swung on. That ball smoked. That ball's gone. Tapia Mello with a 3-run shot, as that's his second home run of the afternoon. And his birthday remains to be a good one as he struts the bases. And that's going to be a 7-0 lead here in the bottom half of the second inning as Mello takes his time coming across home plate and is met by his teammates. Similar to the first home run in Game 1, Mello able to pull it and get it over that right field wall. And that was a no-doubter for the minute it came off his bat. And now A.J. Palumbo due up, as that breaking ball is going to stay a little high and be called for ball 1. The Cardinals' bats have been incredible all afternoon. That ball swung on, pop fly. First baseman calling for it. It's going to make the catch, and that's going to be out number 2 here in the bottom half of the second. The Cardinals threw 9 innings after this out. Through 9 innings so far of baseball today, have generated 19 runs. Continue to produce offensively as number 20, Kobe Valet, is due up as he swings and misses on the first pitch. Cruz gets ahead in this count. That ball swung on and missed as that pitch drops. You can see Kobe being aggressive here. Already has an RBI this inning, as the Cardinals have went all the way back through the order. That ball's going to be swung on and smoked down to short. The play's going to be made, and that's going to be out number 3 of the inning, but not after the Cardinals do a lot of damage as they take a 7-0 lead off the bat of Tapia Mello and a 3-run shot. As we move to the top half of the third inning, stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC broadcast. DH Cody Thomas due up here first for the Wildcats. Facing an uncomfortable 7-run deficit. Off the bat of Joel Tapia. That ball's going to be low and in the dirt for ball one as the count is even at 1-1. Corlew with the 1-1 ball as the count now moves to 2-1. That ball swung on. And Jake Long unable to make the play there at center as it hops right in front of him. A base hit here to start the top half of the third as the Wildcats look to get something going. That's going to be their first base hit of the afternoon, or of game 2, excuse me. Tapia Mello charges in, goes to second to 1, and they're going to say that he beat the throw out. It's a great play as Tapia Mello charged the ball and tried to turn 2. Play was made at second. But Alcantara was able to beat the throw out at 1. As Dylan McKellop is now due up here for the Wildcats as a runner remains on first with 1 out. He's going to show bunt. He's going to drop bunt. Catcher charges, fires, and the play's going to be made at first, and that's going to be out number 2 as Seth Manos was able to make the play behind the stop. The runner advances as now the Wildcats see themselves with a runner in scoring position and back at the top half of the order with Sebastian Garcia due up here with 2 outs. That ball over the head, and that's going to be a wild pitch as the runner advances, and the Wildcats now only 90 feet away from the first run since the first inning of game 1. The 1-0 swung on, pop fly. Kobe's going to call for it, and he's going to drop it. As that's going to be credited an error in right field. Kobe Valley was charging that ball, wasn't able to squeeze it as his hat flew off, and that's going to be a run. Unearned. Adrian Rodriguez, the second baseman, due up second here. That ball's going to be swung on. Tank Kelly gathers, fires at second. And that's not without a little bit of mess first, though, as the Wildcats are able to score 7-1 Cardinals as we head to the bottom half of the third inning. Let's see if the Cardinals' bats can remain hot. Stay with us here on the CCPC Catonsville YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC broadcast as Tyler Senkovich starts us off here in the bottom half of the third. Cruz out on the mound for another inning here. They had some arms warming up, but Cruz is going to remain out there. That pitch is swung on and golfed foul as that breaking ball was able to clip the bottom half of the zone, and Senkovich went for it. That pitch got away. To get ahead here in counts. Has unable to do so in the first couple innings. Running into trouble. The 1-1. That breaking ball pitch just below the zone as Tyler takes that pitch for ball number 2. The 2-1. It's a little high for ball 3. Ball swung on, pop fly. It's going to be foul. The play was by the Cardinals dugout. They're trying to plead that he didn't make the catch, and they're going to say he did not. And the count's now going to move to 3-2. As I think he was unable to corral it. I think he lost it. As once again, the Cardinals find themselves in another full count. Let's see if they can be on the right side of another one. That's going to be ball 4 as the breaking ball is unable to drop in the zone. And that's going to be a first batter walk again to start the inning. As DH A.J. Perry now steps into the batter's box. Ball a little high and outside. That pitch taken for a ball. That pitch low for ball 3 as he gets ahead 3-0. That's going to be strike 1 as the count moves to 3-1. Three-one low, and that's going to be ball 4 as A.J. Perry takes his base, and runners are now on first and second for Eric McLaughlin. The breaking ball not going to drop in the zone over the plate. That's going to be ball 1 as the Cardinals find themselves ahead in the count again. That ball's going to be swung on and fouled back. Count moves even to 1-1. The Cardinals continue to be busy on the base paths as runners are on first and second as Eric McLaughlin looks to add to the 7-1 lead. That off-speed pitch unable to clip the zone. The count moves to 2-1. The breaking ball hasn't been able to find the zone, getting behind in counts, and forced to deliver fastballs, challenging the zone, has allowed the Cardinals to generate a lot of hits and runs here early. That's going to be ball 3. Here comes the 3-1. That pitch going to be inside, and that's going to be called strike number 2. McLaughlin thought he had a walk there. And now here, facing another full count. I feel like I've seen a couple of these so far in this game. The 3-2. That ball's going to be inside, and that's going to be ball 4. Back-to-back inside pitches. One's able to clip the zone, the other can't. And now bases are loaded as catcher Seth Manos comes up, but not before they're going to make a pitching change. They're going to take a break. We're going to take one with them. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville broadcast. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville broadcast. The Wildcats make a pitching change as number 36, pitcher Logan Carter, now is tasked with getting the Cardinals out here as they have traffic on the base paths as bases are loaded. McLaughlin on first. That pitch is going to be swung on and golfed. That's going to be a fly ball. Center field's going to charge. And Sankovic is going to return to third base as that probably would have been thrown out at home. As now with one down, Logan Carter might look for a double play ball here on the ground here as he does his job retiring the first. Jake Long now due up before turning back to the top half of the order. If you're Carter, you want to get out of this before seeing Tank Kelly. That pitch is going to be low and take it for a ball. That pitch is going to be swung on, smoked. That play is going to be made at third, out at. That's going to be a double play, and they're going to get out of the inning. Third base made a great diving play, was able to tag the bag at third, then went home. It looked kind of bang-bang. It looked as if Stankovic might have slid under that tag, but they're going to say that that's out number 3. And we're now going to go to the top half of the. Got out of that one with minimum damage. Stay with us here on the CCBC broadcast as the Cardinals lead 8-1 going into the top half of the 4th inning. Welcome back here. My apologies. The Cardinals walked out of that inning with no runs as they were able to strand all 3 and unable to bring one in as the score does remain 7-1. My apologies for the mistake. That's going to be ball 1 as Clark Corlew comes back in for his 4th inning. That's going to be a strike, and the count's not going to move to 1-1. The 1-2 breaking ball. They're going to say that remained high. The ump hasn't exactly favored the breaking ball pitches dropping in the zone. That ball swung on. That ball smoked. But that's still going to be an out as Eric McLaughlin's able to make the play. That ball had more loft than it had distance. That's going to be out number 1. As the Wildcats were able to put the bat to that fastball that Corlew's been delivering today finally, but unable to get it out. The wind has stopped in game 2 of this doubleheader. And Eric Valentine is now due up. Valentine, the man who hit the 3-run shot in the top half of the 1st inning of game 1. which is the last earned runs that the Wildcats have scored. See if he can get his offense back on track, and he might. That's going to be caught at the warning track too. Balls seem to be dying here. That may have been contact that would have been gone maybe in game one. It looked good off the bat, but it dies at the warning track as Eric McLaughlin's able to retire the first two batters. And Corlew's 1 out away from going 4 strong. The breaking ball drops in for a strike as the catcher Lopez is due up. As that's going to be outside for a ball. It looked like it might have hit the outside corner, but they're not going to give it to him. Here, sitting around a 10-pitch per inning pace, which will definitely get the job done. That's going to be low and take it for a ball as the count moves to 2-1. That ball is going to be swung on and reached for. It's going to be fouled off the other way as the count moves to 2-2. I think Lopez was sitting on speed there, and the off speed tricked him a little bit. 2-2, that's going to be fought off. Valley's unable to make that play and right. As the count remains 2-2 with 2 outs here in the top half of the 4th. The 2-2 fouled off as once again Lopez stays alive. That pitch, pop fly. Sankovic calls for it, and Sankovic makes the play, and that's going to be out number as Corlew goes 4 strong, and the Cardinals get out clean as we go to the bottom half of the 4th inning as the Cardinals still hold on to a 7-1 lead. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville baseball broadcast. The Cardinals find themselves with a 7-1 lead as we go to the top half of the order, and Tank Kelly due up first. As we'll see Kelly, Mello, and Palumbo this inning. Going to be taken for a ball. Logan Carter put in almost an impossible situation in the bottom half of the 3rd inning, bases loaded, no outs, was somehow able to get out of it with no runs given up. Let's see if he can build on that. and try to get out of this inning clean against an extremely productive top half of the order here for the Cardinals, as that's going to be ball 2. That ball's golfed. That's going to be a high one. Left field charges. Left field doesn't make the play, and Kelly turns 2, and he's going to stand up for a debatable double. They're going to credit that a base hit, and that's going to be a double for Jaden Kelly. As now Tapia Mello steps into the batter's box here, trying to add on his already impressive day. That's going to be ball 1. That pitch can be taken low for a ball, as once again, Cardinals hitters get ahead in this count, 2-0. That's going to be ball 3 outside. You can expect Mello to take this one here. That's going to be strike 1. Now we'll see if Mello is aggressive here as he has to attack the strike zone. That pitch going to be high, and that's going to be ball 4 as Mello takes his base. And now with runners on first and second, A.J. Palumbo now due up. Was unable to get a hit in his last at-bat, but had a 7 RBI game 1. He looks to add to that total as there's a runner on first and second. First pitch is going to sneak inside. That's going to be ball 1. That ball's going to be swung on and fouled off, as he was just a little bit under it. The count now moves to 1-1. The 1-1 fouled off. The count now moves to 1-2 as Palumbo looks to find it. That ball's going to be out. That ball's going to be a little high, excuse me, and that's going to be ball 2 as the count now moves even. Perhaps expect a breaking ball, maybe away. Something that Palumbo might have to hit the other way here. Runners. There is the outside pitch. Palumbo just a little under it, fouls it off. It stays alive as runners now have to return, as both ran on 2 strikes. Count remains 2-2. Once again, expect a pitch outside. It is a little outside. Palumbo once again fouls it off. We saw Palumbo turn on a couple inside pitches in game 1. Probably not the spot that they want to go to here, as it remains 2-2. Probably expect another outside pitch. That's going to be over the plate. And that's going to be a base hit, and it drops in. Tank Kelly is going to turn 3, walk back, and that's going to get past the catcher, and Kelly's going to stand up and walk in as that's an alert base running there. As the catcher was unable to gather. And now the Cardinals lead 8-1 as there's runners on first and second off the bat of A.J. Palumbo. Won't quite go as an RBI, but a base hit and an error brings in the 8th run. Number 20 right fielder Kobe Valley due up here, still with no outs. That ball's going to be swung on and smoked, but that's going to be foul. That breaking ball hung inside, and he turned on it, but pulled it foul. A little ahead of that pitch. The quick hands inside. The Cardinals have done a great job hitting inside pitches today. That pitch is swung on and golfed, and it appears that it's going to be a tag-up opportunity for Palumbo, and it will be as he slides into third, and the runner's now, Palumbo is now on third as Tyler Sankovic, 1 out. With 1 out. Cardinals continue to have productive at-bats, base hits, finding grass, home runs, walks, hit by pitches, and when they are out, they usually advance base run. Let's see if Sankovic can continue that. That pitch is swung on. That's going to find to the center fielder. A tag-up opportunity is going to be made, and that's going to be a stand-in run as A.J. Palumbo is able to tag up and come in. And Tyler Sankovic gets the sac fly RBI. And the Cardinals now lead 10-1 as they find double digits again on the scoreboard. As now with 2 outs, DH A.J. Perry steps up. And they are 1 run away from a potential mercy rule here in Game 2 of this doubleheader. That ball swung on, and that's going to be stopped at first base, and that's going to be out number 3 as the Wildcats get out of it, but not after giving up a couple runs as the Cardinals extend their lead to 10-1. We go to the top half of the 5th inning here. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville broadcast. Clark Corlew comes out on the mound again for his 5th inning as he's only given up 1 run, and it's not earned. As the sun pokes back through here in the top half of the 5th inning. As number 1 center fielder Aiden McLaughlin starts us off here for the Wildcats bats in the top half of the 5th. First pitch inside, taken for a ball. Clark continues to attack with the fastball early and counts. The command of the fastball has been good all day. So the Wildcats did touch it a little bit in the last inning. A couple fly-out scares, but Eric McClellan put them out. And the Cardinals were able to get out of the inning clean. The Wildcats looking to draw a couple runs closer here and also avoid the dangers of a potential mercy rule here in Game 2. Count goes to 3-0. Clark in an unfamiliar territory, and that's going to be a 4-pitch ball. That's something we haven't seen from Clark so far on the mound today. As the Wildcats get them a runner on. DH Cody Thomas due up here with a runner on first, and that first pitch is going to be a ball as Clark looks to find it here in the top half of the 5th inning. That pitch is going to be inside. The 2-0. He's running to second. Play will be made. And he's going to slide under that tag. And that's going to be a stolen base for Aiden McLaughlin, excuse me. As the Wildcats take a bag and find themselves with a runner in scoring position here. And the DH, Cody Thomas, looks to drive him in. As the Wildcats have a lot of work to do here. That pitch can be taken for a ball, and it's going to go to 3-1. The 3-1. That's going to be a strike, and the count now moves full. That ball's going to be inside, and that's going to be ball number 4. And that's going to be a walk there as the Wildcats now get 2 runners on here with 2 walks. As there's going to be a conversation between Clark and Manos here on the mound. Clark looking to find it here. Alcantara shows bunt but pulls back, and that's going to be ball number 1. Runners on first and second. He's going to show bunt again. He's going to drop a bunt. It's going to go straight back to the pitcher. He's going to go 2. Play's going to be made at 2. Play's going to go 1. And he's going to beat it out at first. It's a great play from Clark Orlew, who was able to go to second with it as the bunt dribbled back hard back to the pitcher. Kelly looked to turn 2 there, but he beat it out. And now with the runners on the corners with 1 out, Dylan McKellop is due up. That ball swung on, smoke to short. Kelly, Stankovic, Palumbo, and that's a double play. That's the 6-4-3 double play, and the Cardinals get out of the inning as Clark Orlew continues to pitch a gem, and the defense behind him continues to back it up. As we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning, the Cardinals still lead 10-1, looking for the mercy rule. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the broadcast as we head to the bottom half of the 5th, and Eric McLaughlin is due up first. That pitch is going to be taken for a strike. That ball's going to be hit to third. And that's going to be out number 1 as the Wildcats are able to make the play. That ball's going to hit to short. Short's going to make the play to first, and that's going to be out number 2 as that's a 1-pitch ground out as Seth Manos is retired. And here Logan Carter looks to get out of this inning here pretty quickly as Jake Long now comes up with 2 outs. That pitch is going to be low. Take it for a ball. The 1-0. That's going to be golfed. Right field's going to charge it. That ball's going to find grass, and that's going to be a single for Jake Long as it drops right in over the first baseman, as the second baseman wasn't able to get to that one in shallow right. And now here with 2 outs, Tank Kelly the leadoff shortstop due up. Kelly would have doubled the last time up off the misread of the left fielder. That ball swung and golfed again. That's another tall pop fly. And the play's made in center, and that's going to be out number 3 as we get through five. Excuse me. As we go to the top half of the 6th inning, and the Cardinals still lead 10-1. Stay with us here on the CCBC YouTube channel. Welcome back here to the CCBC Catonsville broadcast. Clark Corlew comes out for another inning. That off-speed pitch unable to find the back door. Corlew on 60 pitches here. Looks to be the second starter today for the Cardinals to do it himself all the way through. He obviously has 6 outs to go here, but that's going to be fouled off. The Wildcats looking for anything to get their bats going. Been extremely quiet since the first inning of Game 1 here. They do start with the top half of the order here. Sebastian Garcia starts us off, and the count moves to 3-1. The Wildcats doing a better job as of late getting ahead in these counts. The 3-1. That's swung on and smoked down the third base line. Foul, and the count now moves full with 3-2. That ball swung on and hit right to Tapia Mello. He's unable to make the play at first, as that's going to be a throwing error on Mello as it gets past Palumbo. And that's the break that the Wildcats needed here to start this run. Let's see if they can build off of that, as they now have a runner in scoring position as second baseman Adrian Rodriguez steps into the batter's box. That pitch is going to be outside for a ball. That pitch is going to be swung on and fouled down the third base line again, just ahead of it as the count moves to 1-1. That pitch is going to be high and over the head for ball 2. That pitch is going to be swung on and missed as the heater is able to get by him. He may try to attack that one more time. That pitch swung on, jammed him inside. He wasn't able to get the bat head around, and that's going to be out number 1. So that's a beautiful inside fastball that jams him in. First pitch swung on and fouled. Ground ball. Play's going to be made it short as Tank Kelly is able to charge in and make the play at first. The Wildcats are able to advance a runner there to third. But now with 2 outs, they're 1 out away from getting out of this top half of the 6th. As Eric Valentine steps into the batter's box. That pitch is going to be swung on, back to Kelly. Busy again, charges in and makes the play at first. Makes it look pretty. And once again, the Cardinals get out of the inning with no runs given up. As we move to the bottom half of the 6th inning and the score remains 10-1. Stay with us here on the CCBC Catonsville broadcast. Welcome back here to the baseball broadcast as Tapia Mello starts us off here. That pitch is going to be outside for a ball. Logan Carter returns on the mound for the Wildcats. The off-speed pitch is able to find the outside part of the zone for strike 1. It appeared to be a changeup there. As Carter steps off. Pitch going to be outside for ball number 2. You get the sense that maybe pitching around Tapia Mello, kind of a smart idea. As he continues to light up the scoreboard with his offensive input. That ball's going to be fouled off as it was probably going to clip the outside corner as the count now moves to 2-2. Over the plate that he could drive to right field like he has multiple times here today. And that breaking ball is going to drop at the bottom half of the zone. And that's going to be a strikeout to drop third strike. As he retires the first batter of the inning, Carter with the off-speed pitch that drops in the bottom half of the zone. And that's going to be Carter's first strikeout of relief. Pitch sequencing, working around Tapia Mello. That first pitch swung on. That ball's driven. That ball's driving. That ball's at the wall. Center field. A stand-up double. Multiple times today, AJ Palumbo has put his bat head down and got it to him, and he keeps driving it in the outfield. That's going to be a double. As number 20 right fielder Kobe Valley is now due up, tasked with the job to bring in AJ Palumbo to get a mercy rule. That ball swung on and just foul. Once again, they keep attacking the inside, and the Cardinals are ready for that inside pitch. A little ahead of it there. Cardinals looking for them to throw them inside. They've been able to get the bat head around and their hands in. Multiple of the foul balls you've seen being pulled down the third base line from right-handed batters. That pitch could be taken for a ball. That pitch is going to be swung on and fouled off, and the count now moves to 1-2. The 1-2. Mello takes off. That breaking ball pitch, once again, was trying to find the inside corner. Kobe Valley was able to golf it up, but it went foul, and Palumbo now has to return to second as he tried to steal a bag there with 2 strikes. The count remains 1-2. That pitch is going to be a little outside, and he rolls over it. They're going to call that a foul ball. That looked close. But Valley now has to return. Cardinals hitters ahead on a lot of these pitches. Sitting fastball. Valley just ahead of that. Another one he pulled and rolled over that time on the outside pitch. I'd once again expect maybe an outside off-speed pitch here. Hope to get him chasing. 1-2. He does go low with the fastball. Kobe Valley doesn't chase. Count now moves even to 2-2. The 2-2 swung on, And that one's pulled into left field. Left fielder unable to make the play, and A.J. Palumpo comes around, and that's going to be the 11th run, and that ball game is over as the Cardinals win on a mercy rule, 11-1. The Cardinals sweep and win both games of this doubleheader. Game 1 finished 12-3 with the win of Joey Hurtado, and Game 2, the win of Clark Corlew, as the Cardinals mercy rule 11-1 and have a total of 23 runs in 2 games. Cardinals played outstanding baseball. That's going to conclude our 2-game doubleheader. Thanks for staying with us on the CCBC broadcast. I'm Brad Strauss signing off.